Hello all, it's James Johnson, aka Sulphur Blade. Welcome back to my channel, welcome back to my content, and welcome to a demo for the game Never Second in Rome. This is by the same developer who created Legionary's Life. So we're going to jump into this demo and see what it's all about. In general, attribute values range from 1 to 99. At this stage of character creation, you can assign a value from 43 to 70. Further changes can be applied depending on your choices in the next steps. Okay. What do we have? Strength influences the damage dealt in combat. Constitution determines a character's capacity to absorb damage, represented by health points. Endurance allows fighting to the best of one's ability for longer. Quickness makes characters act more frequently in combat. Coordination helps recover faster and more effective when stance is lost in combat. Charisma represents social skills and personal magnetism. Awareness measures how sharp a character's sense and instincts are. Intellect represents logic, decision-making, and problem-solving. Right. I'm going to put 5 into endurance, 5 into charisma, and 5 into intellect. And that's all I'm going to have to play with here. So we'll see how this works out for us. Okay, we get to choose between Fearless, Iron-Willed, and Talented. Effects: Javelin P +6, Shield P +2, Sword P +2, Javelin C +3, Shield C +1, Sword C +1. Incompatible features: Iron-Willed, Sharpshooter, Bulkwork, or Swordmaster. So it looks like if I take Talented, I won't be able to take Iron-Willed, and vice versa. So this affects Discipline and Bravery. Fearless is all bravery, and it has no negative effects, if you will. So I guess that's the obvious one. So then it's between Talented and Iron-Willed. Discipline is extremely important at unit level during battles, At individual level, it is of much less consequence, but it is used by some combat actions and can be useful in other circumstances. Well, from what I understand, we're the commander of a unit, so I am assuming that our discipline, our individual discipline, is used towards determining the discipline of the entire Legion? Well, no, we're not in charge of a Legion. We're in charge of we're a Centurion, so it would be a Century, right? Yeah. I think this is individual. And I don't think that the individual discipline is going to be nearly as useful as having these skills across the board. So I'm going to go talented. And you can... I did that. Done. You do not meet all the requirements. 2 mental attributes. All mental attributes. Highest mental attributes. Okay. So I have evidently gotten in via a direct commission. So basically, I inherited it from my father. Titus? Nah. 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 Gargonius. Titus Gargonius. I kind of like that. Cognomen. An hereditary name that, if present, distinguishes a specific family within a gens. Your cognomen is optional. I wonder if this is so that I can so this is kind of like a roguelike, right? If I pick, say, a name that I like, for example, like Gargonius, if I put this here, I could possibly make all of my characters after this Gargonius, for instance, even though they may technically have a different nomen. I think that's what that does. Anyway, for this character I don't think it's really that important, so we'll hit done. And I guess we're going to be selecting our Optio, which is kind of, I guess, like our second in command of our Century. Your Optio, in several respects, you're second in command within the Century. In battle, the Optio is positioned at the rear, where he is responsible for maintaining discipline. Okay, so discipline is going to be important for our Optio. Charisma is an Optio's most important attribute. Good awareness and discipline are also desirable. Intellect might help on occasion, especially if it is higher than the Centurions. Okay, so I have 55 intellect. So if my Optio's intellect is higher than mine, it might be useful, but not that important. And of these guys, only this guy has higher intellect than me, but that's charisma is the Optio's most important attribute. So 57, 58, 65. So this guy's got the highest charisma. Good awareness and discipline are also awareness and discipline. So 57, 50 with potential of 70. 48 potential. He's got the best discipline and awareness of 57, awareness of 64, awareness of 52. Alright, slightly better awareness here in this guy, but otherwise this guy's got the better discipline and the better charisma. I think we go with Octavius Fontius here. A century is the unit commanded by a centurion. As part of a freshly raised legion, your century is very close to its nominal strength of 80 men. 6 centuries from a cohort, the basic tactical unit of the Roman army, and 10 cohorts form a legion. Armies are usually composed of several legions, depending on the scope and importance of the campaign. So there's currently 74 in my century. I am part of the 10th cohort and the 11th legion. Average century skill. So we have the potential to get up to 43, but we're somewhere around 8 right now. Javelin, we're around 4 with the potential of 43. Engineering, we're around 22 with the potential of 45. Yeah, we can definitely use quite a bit of training, I would say. You will remain with your century for a very long time, but not through your whole career. It is not uncommon for centurions to be eventually transferred to different legions. Alright. View stats for me. So this is my stats. What's going on here? Why is my endurance and quickness and coordination lower than what they should be? Alright, well, let's go here. There is not a single power left in the whole of the Great Sea that could contest Rome's hegemony. Several generations have passed since the days of Hannibal's war, a conflict so total and dreadful as to eclipse any slaughter of the past. Carthage itself was destroyed decades later, almost a century ago. In the years between, the Kingdom of Macedonia and the Seleucid Empire, 2 of the most prominent descendants of Alexander's conquests, have been vanquished. I'm assuming that gear I'm wearing is lowering this. Alright, we'll continue. In many respects, Rome has never been so strong, and yet, internally, the Republic began to show the first cracks. The victories brought prosperity, but wealth was increasingly concentrated in the hands of few. The traditional levy army that had won so many victories became less and less sustainable. Citizens had to meet minimum property requirements to serve in the Legion and provide their own equipment. But to serve in a distant province meant being away from home for years and let one's land to ruin. Many farmers came back poor from service, and to aggravate the detrimental imbalance, they had little choice but to sell to the large landowners. Their impoverishment also meant that less manpower would be available to feed the ravenous military needs of Rome. There were political attempts to address the situation, but they met the opposition of the senatorial class and came to nothing. Sometimes they even ended in violence. The presence of the volunteers, often recruited from the poor citizens, became progressively more frequent. The first prominent example was made about 50 years ago when Consul Gaius Marius recruited thousands among the destitute for his campaign in the kingdom of Numidia. A steady pay and a grant of land on discharge were a great attraction for those who were desperate and had nothing to lose. Their destiny became entwined with that of their commander. Their loyalty was to him and no longer to the state. A dangerous arrangement in a society with a ruling class strongly driven by individual competition. With Marius was an officer, one Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who proved extremely capable. They say a bitter rivalry was born between the two during those days. After Numidia, they both went on to become famous generals and heroes of the Republic. Then, exactly 30 years ago, Sulla attained consulship and raised a large army to respond to the aggressions of King Mithridates of Pontus in the east, a campaign that promised rich spoils of war. When Marius used his political ties to supersede Sulla's command, Sulla left Rome and reached his legions. He played on the soldiers' fear that Marius would recruit his own army and they would be disbanded. Losing the opportunity for abundant plunder, he convinced them to do what even Hannibal couldn't do in the old days and marched on Rome itself. The sheer horror of the civil war that ensued left a deep scar to this day. Rome was stormed twice, again by two factions, each episode surpassing the previous one in atrocity. In the end, Sulla proclaimed himself dictator, even after the decade-long internecine conflict and the death of Sulla. The situation remained tense. 20 years later, there is still fear among the elites that a man with enough resources and support might turn that strength against Rome and seize power by force. One such potential threat is Pompey, who in his youth had helped Sulla crush the opposition with an army raised at his own expenses. Recently he reached from the prosperous east after a string of victories that yield enormous riches and made him by far Rome's most successful living general. Another is Crassus, the most affluent man in the city besides Pompey. And of course, well, evidently I live in Gallia Cisalpina, the region to the south and the east of the Alps Mountains range, and immediately to the north of the province of Italia. As customary, a new governor with proconsular authority was appointed in Rome to take charge here. What is not customary is that he was granted an extraordinarily long mandate that will expire 4 years from now. His rule would also include neighboring Illyricum and the provinces of Gallia Transalpina that lie beyond the Western Alps, an important tract of Rome to the south of Gallia proper, the vast land inhabited by many tribes outside of Rome's authority. These provinces already had a combined garrison of 4 legions, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, and a more than respectable force. The order to raise 2 more legions, the 11th, which I'm evidently a part of, and the 12th, came as a big surprise. The news brought a major change in your life, because you were promoted to centurion and took charge of one of the 60 centuries composing the 11th. About 80 men are now under your command. As you prepare to spend the next months transforming your recruits into versatile tools of conquest, rumors spread wildly about the intentions of the new proconsul. Whatever plans he has, this Gaius Julius Caesar must be a man of no small ambition. During the camp phase of the game, you will organize the training activities and take care of other tasks. When the turn runs out, a main event will follow, usually a battle. You won't be able to proceed to the next turn until you have signed all the mandatory training points to yourself and your sentry. You can do so in the training section. Okay. Training. In this section, you can assign training points to various activities. You can also move to your sentry's training selection. You may hover the cursor over various elements of the interface for more specific information. Administration. Part of your time is absorbed by administrative duties. If you neglect this activity, your administration score will drop below 0, and you will eventually incur penalties to Caesar's opinion. Characters with high intellect will require less effort to avoid lagging behind. Okay. So I guess this is me, and this is my sentry. These are the mandatories, and then we have respite here. You have a limited amount of training points to allocate. The quantity is used represents the workload, which is a strong contributor to endurance training. All of the mandatory points must be assigned. Spared respite points reduce strain and can have positive effect on morale. If extra points are used, they have a negative effect on morale and they increase strain. This increment in strain is reduced by 1 for 10 levels of a centurion's intellect above 50. Okay. The artillery skill of your sentry will benefit a lot more from frequent training in proportion to the training points invested in drill. This comes at the cost of a slight penalty to the other benefits of the drill training. For a full-strength sentry, the penalty is about 4%. The smaller the size of the sentry, the higher the penalty. The sentry at half strength, for example, would suffer 8% penalty. Sporadic artillery training has no penalties, but progress is very low. Drill. Skill trained as discipline. When a skill is 32 or more levels below its potential, it receives substantial training bonus each turn. The higher the distance, the higher the bonus. As it gets closer to its potential, it becomes increasingly difficult to train. If it is sufficiently close to potential and not enough training points are allocated, the skill will start to decline. It is possible to surpass one's potential, but only with very intensive training, of course. Skill levels above potential become progressively more difficult to improve or even sustain. This training also contributes directly to improving endurance. I think of all of these, drill is probably the most important one since it's going to directly affect endurance. Other duties. Your troop have different duties to attend to: guard, patrol, and escort. Building, cleaning, mending, to name a few. A negative other duty score, especially at the end of the camp phase, entails penalties to Caesar's opinion. 3 training points are enough to maintain the current other duty score. Other duties also act as main training for the engineering skill. As a secondary effect, if 3 or more training points are allocated, discipline training receives a moderate proportional bonus or a penalty if only 1 training point is assigned. Okay, so this one ties to this one. And we'll use one of the 2 respites. Strain minus 12. We'll see if they can handle this here. I think we'll leave it on sporadic. I'm not quite sure about artillery yet. And then there's me. Education. If active education will increase your humanitis by 6 AP and slowly improve your intellect and charisma over time. If none of your respite points are being spared, the benefits are reduced to 1/3. If you are using extra points, you won't be able to make use of education even if it is active. If you completely neglect education for 10 consecutive turns, your humanitis will decrease. Share hardships. If active, you will temporarily renounce your privileges and share the hardships of your troops. Troops' opinion will gain 3 AP for each turn. Your discipline and endurance training will also get a bonus. Downside is that your moral stability will be reduced by 5. Besides, if there are slaves in your service, you won't benefit from their moral stability bonus on top of that. The strain reduction granted by your rank will be suspended. Okay, it doesn't sound like I want to use this, but it does sound like I want to use this. Can I just click on it? Okay, evidently you can. And it didn't seem to use a point or anything. I just need to make sure I don't use all of my respite on my character for this to function, I believe. Okay. Seems to me administration is going to be important. Part of your time is absorbed by administrative duties. If you neglect this activity, your administration score will drop below 0, and you will eventually incur penalties to Caesar's opinion. Characters with high intellect will require less effort to avoid lagging behind. For now, we'll go with 3. A high supervision score allows you to recognize and select individuals with better qualities within the century. It also influences the rate of staff improvements. How the supervision score changes over time depends on the training points invested and on the average of your intellect and awareness. We're going to throw 2 into everything and then make choices from there. So it looks like if I'm going with half of my respite, I can assign 3 more points. So this is me, myself, and I. This is what I'm going to be evidently good at. Javelin is kind of a luxury skill, if you will. And since this is for me, myself, and I, maybe I will reclaim a point in Javelin training. And I'll stick to Constitution. Shield, sword. Maybe I'll throw one into supervision. If none of your respite points are being spared, the benefits are reduced by 1/3. But there is one being spared, so it's not going to be, the benefits are not going to be reduced. Alright. This should work the way I have it assigned. Is this the way I want it assigned? Yeah, we'll go with this. Summaries, inventory, and trade. Alright, this looks like our inventory personally, and this is the Sentry's inventory, which doesn't have anything, I don't think. And this is our Optio. Trade. Miscellaneous. Trade goods. Camp followers, nearby towns provide plenty of opportunities to have a good time. Do you want to spend for yourself for the whole century? Okay, we'll ignore this stuff for now. I think we'll just hit next turn. Alright, the following stats have changed. Titus Gargonius, I gained a constitution and an endurance. The sentry has gained an endurance, 3 swords, 4 shield, 4 javelin, 6 discipline, 4 artillery, and Octavius Fontius has gained an endurance. Titus Gargonius has received his regular pay. What do we have going up here? Morale stability has been applied. Does that mean morale's going down, I think? Hard to tell. When the education progress is full, your intellect and charisma are increased by 1. The more improvements you gain this way, the higher the cost of the next one. Okay. Supervision. A high supervision score allows you to recognize and select individuals with and administration. So both these skills are going in the right direction. They're positive. Other duties. A score of 0 indicates that the current state of the activity is no better or worse than what can be expected. At the end of the camp phase, the score will be transformed into Caesar's opinion advancement points with a ratio of 2:1 if negative and 4:1 if positive. Okay, so 0 would just be 0. Caesar won't care one way or another. And I suppose we just hit next turn again. You have been sleeping badly. Strain of +10. I got strength, quickness, and coordination myself. The Sentry has picked up these things. And my Optio, excuse me, has gained this here. Launched event. Oh, I think I'm missing events. A legionary discreetly offers you 50 money if you let him dodge the most menial and strenuous duties for a year. Oh, really? Refuse but let it go. Refuse and take disciplinary action. Refuse and inflict corporeal punishment. We're going to go with disciplinary action. That's not right. Okay, so the sentry itself lost some morale because of that. However, the sentry's discipline should have gone up dramatically, and my integrity has gone up. Okay. Then next turn. Nothing popped up here. Looks like morale is decreasing. Is there a way to see an actual, I don't know, morale? Every day 60, overall 60. That seems alright. Reputation. Okay. People. You're not ready. Okay. Next turn, I suppose. You have been making poor progress. Minus 200 AP for shield. Well, that doesn't sound good. The following stats have changed. Javelin, troop opinion, sentry has gone up in these things, and there's an event. Okay, this morning your sentry is taking part in a mock battle, lined up with the rest of the cohort, armed with buttoned swords and javelins. The men wait in silence for the starting signal. The tribunes are watching. Okay, continue. The first part of the exercise involves basic maneuvers. When a response contains a check, you can hover the cursor over it for more details, including the abilities involved and the approximation of the difficulty. Check. Perform, sentry, ability, discipline, difficulty. I'm assuming that's not very high. Requirement 19, your sentry's ability 22, so we pass. The sentry keeps up with the rest of the cohort without too much confusion. Good enough for raw recruits. It's time to hurl javelins at the mock enemy. Attempt a single well-coordinated volley. I'm not sure. Let each soldier throw independently, not as effective but easier to execute. Let's go with that. These are new recruits after all. Requirement 15, our sentry's ability is 16. We barely passed that. At least they can throw decently. Nothing impressive, but more than acceptable at this stage in training. Okay, check. Close in and engage the adversary in hand-to-hand combat. Well, hopefully it works. Failure. Requirement 18, your sentry's ability is 17. The way your legionaries hold themselves, the posture, everything shows is the lamentable lack of proper training. Caesar's opinion has gone down. Well, sorry, my dear Caesar. These are brand new recruits after all. The men have shown some shortcomings during the drill. Perhaps you should address them before they have to face real danger. The hand-to-hand combat was where they failed. No, I'm gonna leave it where it is. All right. What do we have here? Appoint new staff members. The standard bearer of the century. In battle, the signifier stands close to the first line and holds a small round shield instead of the typically large scutum. Melee skill and bravery are very important to a signifier. Charisma is also beneficial. Melee skill, bravery, and charisma. Please select best ability of this character. Okay, bravery. Please select 3 superior abilities for this character. Charisma. Sword and shield. Well, maybe not shield. Be sword and Constitution. And 4 better than average abilities. Quickness, endurance, strength. Probably needs discipline, I would assume. Please select the worst ability of this character. I don't think you're going to be dealing with javelins, so we'll let you slide on the javelin. Ask for advice? What's this? Do you want to ask your Optio for advice? If you do, you will receive a temporary bonus to your supervision score equal to either half your Optio's intellect or awareness, whichever is higher and superior to your own attribute of the same type. Remember that even with the bonus of your supervision can never surpass 100. However, the use of this option will penalize your troop's opinion by a moderate amount. The lower your charisma, the higher the penalty. Well then, no, I don't want to. Okay, I think I hit generate, right? Generated abilities. So very high in bravery. Good charisma. Fairly high discipline. Good with the sword. Alright, I guess so. And then our Tessarius. He should have good discipline. Intellect, a little above average. Charisma and awareness. Intellect a little above average. It's a strange description. So discipline first. Wait, what's this? Well, I don't know. Is he just naturally brave, evidently? Okay. 3 superior abilities. Charisma. Awareness. intellect. And 4 better than average abilities. I don't really know what this character does. At least with the other guy, I knew that he's kind of like the standard bearer. Right. Let's go bravery. Constitution. Sword. Strength. And I think we'll give him bad javelin skill. Okay, so we have our additional officers. Nothing really happened of much note that turn. Okay, turn 10 of 10. One would have thought something would have happened on this turn. It doesn't seem so, though. Part 1. The following stats have changed. I gained some intellect and charisma, sword. The sentry gained this stuff here. Training, summary, inventory, move on. Summaries. Right? Move on. So we gained some opinion with Caesar due to our administration. Didn't really get anything for our other duties. Trouble is brewing in the west. On a plateau beyond the northern Alps lives the Helvetii, a Gallic people, one of the strongest. The harsh Jura Mountains separate them from most of the other Gauls, and the River Rhine from the Germanic people. They have decided to make your time more interesting by abandoning their land and moving into the vast and fertile plains between the Rhone and the Garonne, part of the large independent region that your people call Gallia. On top of that, they have convinced several neighboring tribes to join them on their venture. So our lands are being invaded by barbarians. That's what's going on. Okay. Of the two routes available, the easier by far passes right through Gallia Transalpina, a Roman province and one under responsibility of the new proconsul. Caesar has just arrived from there, where he met with the ambassador of Helvetii. They asked for free passage, but despite their reassurances that they would not cause damage, Caesar stalled and then denied their request. The region suffered an uprising only a few years ago, and although the situation is under control now, the passage of the Helvetii could spark a disaster. To complicate matters, there is only one legion stationed in Gallia Transalpina. The rest, including yours, are wintering near Aquileia, hundreds of miles to the east of the crisis. When the talks were still underway, Caesar ordered the destruction of the bridge at Geneva, the city closest to the Helvetii, and the building of a ditch and earthwork wall. A single legion had no hope to stop the Helvetii in a pitched battle, but with the help of these obstacles, their passage could be impeded. After unfruitfully probing at the defensives, the moving host had no choice but to opt for the other, more difficult road passing between Jura and the River Rhone. On the surface, this should have settled things, but such situations are never so simple. If there was uncertainty about the Helveti's unfriendliness before, they will surely be hostile from now on, after what transpired at the border. If they reach their destination, there will be a powerful enemy occupying the plains to the north of a province that already lives in a precarious balance. It is easy to guess what happens next. Caesar is here at Aquileia to take control of his remaining 5 legions, cross the Alps again, and intercept the Helvetii before they can complete their plan. Their new route will take them through the territory of the Sequani and another of the numerous independent Gallic tribes that live to the north of the lands controlled by Rome. They will have to negotiate their passage. At least this will buy you some time. Your soldiers nervously prepare to leave camp under your supervision. They weren't expecting to go on campaigns so soon after joining the army. The orders are to travel light, to march as quickly as possible. As Aquileia slowly disappears in the horizon, you silently meditate about what is waiting at the end of the long road ahead of you. Continue. The crossing of the Po Valley is fast and easy, but now you've reached the Alps. Barbarian tribes with no liking to Roman trespassers live here, and will do their best to make your trip as memorable as possible. You have to build a fortified camp to spend the night in. Your sentry is made of young and inexperienced soldiers, and although not much is expected of them yet, they will have to do their part. Alright, I'm evidently building a camp here. Your sentry is assigned a simple task during the construction of the camp. Your sentry's engineering is the most important stat for building. Your sentry's... is my discipline only 29? Strength, endurance, intellect, moral, content, fatigue, tier none. Adds a bonus based on discipline and endurance to the production of this turn, but your troops' opinion will suffer -3 AP. Not so sure I know what AP is. Anyway, we'll just go with the normal. So I figure I want to have each of these done in about 5 turns, so that it'll equal 20. So far so good, I think. I don't think there's quite a reason to push them in for more. What is this? Generate superior quality. However, the normal production is heavily reduced, even more so if engineering is low. I think we might be about 1 turn ahead of time, maybe? Don't think 24 is very good. I think that was a bad turn. We're still about a turn ahead of time, I think. Alright, let's strive for superior quality. Wait, what happened there? Oh, that's the predicted amount that we're going to get. We'll go superior on that one, and we'll go normal. Okay, work completed. Superior quality bonus. Caesar's opinion plus 8 AP. Potential engineering has increased. The crossing goes on. These mountain roads are treacherous, and the locals, the Citrones, the Grycelli, and the Catarigis never miss an opportunity to harass you. Several times units from the 3 more experienced legions have engaged them to fend off ambush or repel an attempt to block your path. This afternoon you are accompanying your sentry to collect wood. Your perimeter is surrounded by elements of the 7th who are performing the same task. You are reproaching a lazy recruit when suddenly you are interrupted by a cry of alarm to your left. You are under attack. Your men are too experienced to throw into the fray. They should form for battle, but stay back in reserve where it is safer. Oh really? I'm gonna rush in, am I? I think I'll remain with my troops in the back and let the soldiers of the 7th deal with the ambush. In a matter of minutes, reinforcements arrive and the ambushers are quickly dispersed. With so little training, the journey through the Alps is being especially demanding of your soldiers. Combativeness points are converted into everyday morale with a ratio of 4:1. Check. Lead them through the ordeal. Failure. Requirement was 57. I had 56. They are obviously shaken by such harsh experience. The morale of the sentry has gone down. On the 7th day since you entered these accursed mountains, you finally emerge into the territory of Gallia Transalpina. Here you join the legion that Caesar left to garrison the border. Now you are at full strength. You see the proconsul talking to a stern-looking senior officer. He must be Titus Labienus, the legate who was left in charge of the troops stationed here. Caesar and Labienus go back a few years, or so you are told. Lingering fatigue is greatly reduced for everyone, barring the effect of strain. The Helvetii have not been idle during the time it took you to come all the way from here, from Aquileia. They have crossed the land of the Sequani and are moving through the area controlled by their neighbors, the Aedui, a tribe in very friendly terms with Rome. When an embassy from the Aedui reaches your camp, rumors spread that they have come to ask for your help. The Helvetii are pillaging their fields, and they lack the means to defend themselves. There is no time to waste, and very soon you pass over the Rhone and press on outside of the territory of the province. Scouts report that the Helvetii have been crossing the Saône, a tributary of the Rhone, up north with improvised rafts and boats for 20 days. About 1/4 of their people are still stuck on this side of the river. Caesar resolves to take 3 of the experienced legions and moves at a quick pace to catch them by surprise. The messengers that come back from the battleground talk of a one-sided massacre. Busy as they were crossing the river, the Helvetii were totally unprepared for a battle. Now Caesar intends to build a bridge to get over the Saône as quickly as possible and keep the pressure on the bulk of the enemy forces that are on the other side. Christ. Send your engineers to help, or my engineers can't be trusted. Is there a way I can engineering of 29? Let's go for it. Of course. Your engineers are sent back. They were only getting in the way. Caesar's kind of annoyed. Punish them? It was your call. You can't shift the blame on them. It was my call. Takes your army only 1 day to cross the river. With you is a force of 4,000 horsemen, recruited among the locals and the nearby Gallic tribes, including the Aedui. The Helvetii are very close now, close enough that they sent a delegation to talk, but the confrontation has gone too far, and neither Caesar nor their leaders seem interested in a peaceful solution. The next day the Helvetii resume their journey, when the proconsul sends the cavalry to follow them closely. The enemy manages to ambush them and drive them off with a much smaller force. This is bad. They will get bolder. For 15 days you follow them at a reasonable distance, never getting closer than 5 or 6 miles. You don't see much. Your legion is kept far from the most dangerous positions, but you have to stop often because they tell you the Helvetii's rear guard has taken a liking to provoking your column to fight. Caesar refuses a direct clash for now, contenting himself with preventing the foraging parties from leaving the safety of the hostile convoy. You still haven't figured the proconsul out, but at least he is smart enough not to engage the enemy on their own terms. The Aedui are supposed to supply you with grain, but for some reason they are delaying. Perhaps not all of them are on your side. Perhaps some fear that your help will come at a price, and they would rather live under the yoke of other Gauls than of the Romans. There are meetings between Caesar and some leaders of your allies, but very little transpires. You were only 18 miles from Bibracte, the largest city of the Aedui. The commander decides to stop following the enemy. The new priority is to reach the city and use this opportunity to stock up on food before resuming the chase. It is not long before you are informed that the Helvati have turned around to pursue you. They must have interpreted your sudden change of course as a sign of fear. Your cavalry is sent to engage their vanguard to buy time. Caesar is seen dismounting along with all of his closest officers. Their horses are taken away. Today, the proconsul will share the same dangers as his army. If the fight goes wrong, his fate will be no different than yours. Your legion and the 12th are ordered to move up a nearby hill to guard the baggage. The auxiliary light infantry is with you. The remaining 4 legions form up on the field below, disposed on 3 lines. The mass moving against them is impressive. During the last few weeks, you have heard a lot about the Helvetii, of how their warfare skills were constantly honed by their continual conflict with Germany. The javelins from your first line create gaps in the enemy phalanx, but the struggle hangs in the balance. The clash is even more brutal than you expected. From your vantage point, you have a clear view, and you can barely contain your nervousness. It is a torment to watch the battle unfold as you stand here doing nothing. When things seem to take a turn for the better and the Helvetii start retreating towards a nearby mount about a mile from the battleground, their rearguard emerges in the distance and threatens your open flank. The third line of your army is hastily rearranged to stop them. The battle keeps going on 2 fronts. It is almost sunset when the enemy starts to buckle under the constant pressure. Part of them retire towards the mountain, the rest to their wagons. There they will make one last stand. Your cohort and a few others are directed away from the hill to control some possible escape routes. You are placed to guard a difficult pass. Anyone who tried to break through here would be at a serious disadvantage. You wait. The sky is darkening, and it's getting cold when you spot a disarrayed group of spearmen approaching. They are still far, and the light is not ideal, but they do not look like battle-hardened veterans. They carry small shields, light infantry. At any rate, you better not underestimate them. These people are taught to fight from a very young age, and are always dangerous. They are definitely coming in your direction. You must fight. You glance back to your men, look tense, but not too scared. Their vantage point gives them confidence, just as well, because you do not think they would be ready to fight on equal terms. Do you want to ask the gods' favor for an impending battle? No. You will lose minus 50 AP. That sucks. What does losing minus 50 AP really mean? I'm not sure. Okay, the cohesion of your enemy must be 1200 or less at the end of the fight. Your cohesion must be higher than your enemy's. Your cohesion is 2080. The enemy's cohesion is 1536. Okay. What am I looking at? At the beginning of each melee phase, determination is reset to its base value, equal to the sum of morale and bravery, plus further modifiers if applicable. High ground times 3 and depth bonus. The determination of each side changes by 5. 10 on first impact for each level of commitment difference at the end of the turn. After each round, the determination of each side changes by 1/3 of the cohesion damage difference. The damage absorbed by the front is excluded from this calculation. The side with lower determination will suffer. Okay. What exactly is going on? So we have fatigued troops. Low morale, lower determination, 384 men front. The max value of front is equal to 25% of the current value of cohesion. Half the cohesion damage suffered to front below 300 implies -4 to all momentum. Additionally, front below 150 implies. Okay, so they're not quite there yet. When this value is set to front, you are treated like the rest of the soldiers fighting in the front line. When you set it to back, your fatigue will increase at half the normal rate, and you will not be involved in individual conflict, just like the soldiers in the rear lines. Battles can be very long, and this setting is crucial to manage your stamina, but pay attention not to appear too timorous, as indicated by the 2 vertical progress bars on the right. 2 vertical progress bars on the right. These progress bars show whether you are at risk of being seen as, I guess, cowardly. The upper and smaller bar indicates that you are being daring enough and have extra leeway. The lower bar indicates that you are being too cautious. If you pass the markers, you will suffer negative consequences, which will affect first your sentry's morale and then your troops' opinion, and finally at the bottom level, your valor and Caesar's opinion. The higher the commitment, the faster the changes in the progress bar. Okay. I guess I hit the continue button. What's this? Alright, continue it is. Before the hand-to-hand combat phase of a battle begins, your formation and the enemy line will exchange a hail of missiles. As usual, all checks involved will be based on 2 opposed 2d50 rolls. As a first step, you will compete for the throw initiative. There are 2 possible approaches: throw normal and act in advance. You can see the details of their workings by hovering over their names near the switch that allows the selection. Alright, well, I'm not seeing anything. Next, the side that obtained the first throw will act. If the ensuing hail stays on target, besides the damage, the opposing side will suffer the aim spoiled effect. When its turn to throw comes, the damage inflicted is proportional to the javelin skill of the attacker. However, if the victim's ranged defense is high enough compared to the opponent's javelin skill, it will significantly reduce the loss and avoid casualties. If the sentry's throw is successful, individual characters can perform exceptional throws worth a small valor bonus proportional to their javelin skill. The same ability affects the chance of success as well. While the difficulty is increased by the enemy's ranged defense, the character's morale and fatigue also play a part. If the damage inflicted by the original sentry throw is reduced by the enemy's ranged defense, the individual rolls are even more difficult. If instead the sentry's throw is a complete failure, there is a chance that single characters blunder their throw, resulting in a loss of valor. The higher the javelin skill of the thrower, the smaller the loss. The roll to avoid this penalty is based on the javelin skill, morale, and fatigue of the character. Your Optio and your Signifer will not typically use javelins before battles, although they may use them in other circumstances. Okay. Uses a check based on your intellect and awareness against the same stats of the enemy formation leader. If you succeed, you obtain the throw initiative effect, which allows your sentry to throw first and confers a +15 bonus. If the check fails, you will still be allowed to throw first, but you will undergo the wrong timing effect, which carries a -20 penalty. And throw normally. Use check based on the javelin skill of each side. If you succeed, you obtain the throw initiative effect, which allows your sentry to throw first and confers a 15 bonus. If the check fails, your enemy will gain the throw initiative. Okay, well, we are Roman. My assumption is that throwing javelins was more of a Roman thing, and these Helvetians are probably not very good at throwing javelins, even if my particular sentry is a bunch of nubs, like we're brand new recruits. We're probably still more adept at throwing javelins than they are. So I'm going to go with throw normally. What are these things? Throw initiative capacity. I don't think I understand this. What does this mean? Throw initiative capacity. Javelin skill +22. Ground factor +10. Javelin skill +34. Superior javelin skill. Is this saying that these guys have this javelin skill? In which case, If I'm under... Can I click this here? Before the hand-to-hand, as usual, check involves based on it. I've already read all that. If this means that they have 42 javelin skill, and this means we have 32, they have better javelin skill by 10 points. What if I click up? My initiative and awareness are higher than their initiative and awareness. We have a +9 advantage. Okay, I think we go this way. As the two sides get closer and closer, your men prepare to throw their javelins at your command. The enemy will likely do the same. Titus Gorgonius tries to act in advance and surprise the opponent. Failure. 46 + 9 = 55 versus 64. Well, that's great. Continue. Gaius Titus has bungled his throw. Valor -6. Excellent. The Helvetia light infantry attack with hail missiles. Failure. The missile fall way off target. Damage inflicted 0. Okay, so it sounds like all of the javelins were a failure. All around. Formation combat is divided into several melee phases of a few rounds each, interspersed by lulls. During these phases, you will control your sentry as its cohort. The tactical unit it belongs to faces the enemy line. The bar at the top right starts full and is slowly depleted as the melee phase passes. When it is empty, the battle has come to its natural end. Below it, you can see the present status of your cohort. When it becomes slowly disengaged, it means that you are close to the end of the present melee phase. When it says disengaging, it is the last round. At formation level, there are several new stats involved. Cohesion is the equivalent of the health for formations. When it reaches 0, a formation is routed. If it happens to your sentry, it is game over. The max value of cohesion is determined by a formation's discipline. Each battle has a minimum goal you should reach. If you can do more, all the better, but if you achieve the minimum, you are doing well enough. You can see what the minimum goal is by clicking the button with the standard at the top of the screen. Another important stat is front. If a formation suffers cohesion damage and still has front points left, half the damage is absorbed by front. Its max value is 25% of the current cohesion. This implies that every time your cohesion is damaged, your max front value is reduced accordingly. Front defense indicates the defense bonus provided by the formation to the individuals in the front line. Normally, for every 30 points of front up to 300, for every 20 points above 300, 1 point of front defense is acquired. However, front defense is further modified by other factors like the current commitment, lack of determination, and the use of pole weapons. At the beginning of each melee phase, determination is set to a base value equal to the sum of morale and bravery, plus further modifiers for high ground and depth bonus. If present, determination is subject to major changes in accordance to the unfolding of the fight on a per round basis. The side with the lower determination will suffer several penalties, especially when the difference is -100 or more. For more details, you can hover over the cursor or cursor over determination value of either formation. Each round is divided into 2 turns, one for each formation. The order is established before the beginning of the first round. The acting formation performs 3 checks made of 2 opposed 2d50 rolls to gain momentum. Each successful check gives 1 point of momentum to the formation and inflicts 4 points of damage to the opponent. The check uses a modifier that is obtained by comparing the clash capacity of the 2 formations. You can see exactly what composes a formation's clash capacity by hovering the cursor over the value. The momentum of the formation lasts until its next turn. At the end of each turn, thus twice per round, the formation that has more momentum can try to press the advantage regardless of whose turn it is. This is made by 2 advantage opportunity checks. Every successful attempt inflicts damage to the enemy formation. If the advantage is successfully pressed at least once, individual conflict can erupt. We will see more about individual conflict in another tutorial. For each successful advantage check, 20 points of base damage are dealt to the opponent's cohesion. This value can be heavily modified by several factors, including the commitment of both sides, low front, and determination difference. The acting formation can modify its commitment before attempting to gain momentum. Typically, the most aggressive commitment level increases fatigue faster and are much less safe, but they add a bonus to clash capacity when trying to gain momentum or to press the advantage. They are also more penalized when defending against an opponent that is trying to press the advantage. You can see details about the effects of each commitment by hovering over their name. At the same time, it's possible to give special orders. Hovering over the respective buttons will display specific information about them. An important side effect of commitment is the variation of imbalance. As long as an imbalance remains between -5 and +5, there are no consequences beyond these limits. It will impose heavier and heavier penalties on a formation. It is very important to keep imbalance under control during a battle, otherwise it could easily compromise your sentry's capabilities. I have to admit, all of this reading and all of these words and all of this, yeah, my head is starting to fry. I've always been a good reader. However, understanding what I'm reading as I'm reading it has never been one of my strong suits. So when I do these Let's Plays and I'm reading through this stuff for you guys, I'm literally reading it through for you guys, and I'm not really comprehending what I'm reading. And so this is going to be wonderful, I can just tell already. At the bottom of the screen you can find details about the characters belonging to your sentry, including yourself. As a centurion, you will not regularly rotate off the front line like rank and file. You are expected to lead by example from the front. However, battles can be long and exhausting, and it is most important that you manage your stamina wisely. The switch in the Centurion panel lets you take a break every now and then. When it is set to back, you will be treated like the other legionaries that are not at the front of the formation. Fatigue will increase at half the normal rate, and you will not be involved in the individual conflict. On the other hand, if you do this too often or for too long, there will be increasingly negative consequences. The 2 vertical progress bars next to the switch indicates whether you are being too careful. The 3 marks at the bottom bar are the threshold below which the penalties start to apply. Alright, so that line is a light penalty threshold, this line is an important penalty threshold, and that line is the worst penalty threshold. And being up here, I'm being a hero. Alright. Okay, I'm set to front. We seem to have a +13 advantage. Our our commitment is currently set to steadfast. If we change this, it changes that. There must be a reason that increasing commitment, what's this? Front defense. Okay, by going up, I lose front defense. But I'm gaining initiative. Maybe I should keep it balanced for now, until I figure out what the hell I'm doing. And this is all I really do here, is I change this bar? Is there nothing else? All of that stuff I just read, and it's just the matter of changing a bar? Alright. Hit continue. Determination changes by cohesion damage suffered. Your sentry 0. The Helvetian light infantry 0. Your sentry tries to seize the initiative. Failure. Of course. Why wouldn't we fail? We seem to fail all the time. Okay, so we don't seem to have the initiative. I can no longer change this bar. What is this I keep hovering over? Alright, I think we just hit continue at this point. Helvetian light infantry attempt to gain momentum. Failure. Helvetian light infantry attempt to gain momentum. Failure. Helvetian light infantry attempt to gain momentum. Failure. Determination changes by commitment. Your sentry plus 10. Helvetian light infantry minus 10. We have 7 fatigue. Imbalance plus 1. Imbalance it's modified twice per round based on current commitment. Very cautious, steadfast, fierce, all out. For each points of imbalance above plus 5. Minus 3 to clash capacity, plus 2 to fatigue cost of each. Minus 2 to cohesion at the end of the turn. For each point of imbalance below 5, minus 3 to clash capacity, minus 5 to determination then. Okay. We have things here. The clash capacity modifier based on combat skill is replaced by one that emphasizes strength and constitution. If a formation's depth is superior to the others, another modifier based on the depth bonus is added. There will be no individual conflicts. Fatigue plus 4 for everyone in the formation.
Advantage damage +6. Exceptionally, this bonus is added separately, is not altered by the commitment of other damage multipliers. Not allowed if commitment is very cautious, cautious, fierce, or all out. Not allowed if the opponent's commitment is fierce or all out. So, based on the depth bonus. Depth bonus. How do we know if we have a depth bonus? This formation is loose. Max cohesion is significantly reduced. The contribution of combat skill to the formation clash capacity is increased when the contribution of discipline is diminished. We evidently control high ground. I don't know where I would see what our depth is to be able to decide if I have a depth bonus. What's this other thing? Spearhead. Can be used only once per melee phase. The fighter selected as the spearhead will automatically be involved in individual conflict. If this turn produces any, the same warrior will accumulate 8 points of extra fatigue regardless of the outcome. He will receive only 1/2 of the normal front defense. If his bravery is less than 55, he will lose as many points of combativeness as the difference between 55 and his bravery. When this special order is used, the sentry will suffer 115 points of damage minus the centurion's intellect and the spearhead's discipline. If the result is 0 or less, no damage is applied. Not allowed if commitment is. Alright, what happens if I click on this? And if I unclick it, it's 31 to 16 at a +15. It's 50. Bigger number better. Round factor +10, shield push, strength and condition. Alright, what if I slide this bar? I can't slide this bar because this can only be used with steadfast probably. Continue. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum. Success. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum. Success. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum. Success. Damage inflicted 12. Determination changed by commitment. Your sentry +5. Helvetian light infantry -5. Alright. During each round, the formation tries to gain from. If in succeeding turns, at the end of the turn, the side that has more momentum can benefit from an advantage opportunity. Fatigue. 12 of 104. 6 of 110. Does that mean I'm tired? Or does that mean I'm not very tired? The fact it's showing it in green makes me think it's not very tired.
Okay, we'll click again. Scary noises. Things changed. Your sentry tries to press the advantage. Success. Your sentry tries to press the advantage. Failure. Determination changed by cohesion damage suffered during the round. Your sentry +6. The Helvetian Light Infantry -6. The front changed. It's no longer 520 and 520. Determination. Okay. The Helvetian Light Infantry attempts to gain momentum. It was a success. The Helvetian Light Infantry attempts to gain momentum. It was a success. The Helvetian Light Infantry attempts to gain momentum. It was a failure. Damage inflicted 8. Okay, it looks like we've lost 4 points of cohesion. They've lost 18 points of cohesion. And that's all I do is hit the continue button. Okay, your sentry tries to press the advantage. Failure. Your sentry tries to press the advantage. Failure. Balance +3. Balance can go from to +20 and is modified twice per round based on current commitment. For each point of imbalance above +5, -3 to clash capacity, +2 to the fatigue cost of each clash for everyone in the formation, and -2 to the cohesion at the end of each turn. Sounds like it's not good. Okay, so I want to keep this thing from going to plus wise. I think I should probably change this to cautious then, right? Should I give myself some rest? I'm gonna give myself some rest. Should I select one of these? (24 to 23). If I can't click on that. Can I click on this? No.
if I was this, could I click on this? I could. But that would gain me imbalance. I don't think I want to do that. So we're going to unclick that. We're going to go back to cautious. Feels very strange, this dynamic here. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum, success. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum, success. Your sentry attempts to gain momentum, success. Damage inflicted 12. Determination changed by commitment. Your sentry -5 +5. Well, that's not... This doesn't make sense to me. I want determination to go up, right? The side with lower determination will suffer. The side with determination difference of -100 or worse will suffer. Additionally, the side with a determination difference of -200 or worse will suffer. Determination of each side changes by 5, 10 for first impact. Yeah, I want it to go up. But this imbalance thing would have... Your sentry tries to press the advantage. Failure. Failure. Determination changed by cohesion. Damage suffered during the round. Your sentry 0. How long does it take for me to rest here? Helvetian light infantry attempts to gain momentum. Failure, success, success. Damage inflicted 8. Determination changed by commitment. -5. +5. Can't change that. Okay, so we're back to 1. So now we go to back this. We'll put me back on the front. We do the shield push thing. We do the hokey pokey and we turn ourselves around. Success, success, failure, damage inflicted 8. Your sentry 0, Helvetia 0. Damage inflicted 8. It seems like these guys are quite tired. Advantage opportunity. Okay, Helvetian light infantry attempts to gain momentum. Failure, failure, failure. Determination changed by commitment. Your century +5. Helvetian light infantry -5. Noisy things happened. A new screen has popped up. If at least one advantage opportunity check is passed, individual conflicts ensue. Each individual conflict takes the form of a threat roll made by the formation that's used. Oh, there's so much text. What is called formation attack support. If two advantage opportunity checks are successful instead of just one, the bonus is increased. The defender gets to use its front defense value to improve its protection. Further modifiers to the threat roll can be seen by hovering the cursor over the modifier value. If a threat roll succeeds, the attacker immediately attempts a kill roll. Although generally more difficult than threat rolls, kill rolls gain a modifier equal to the kill bonus of the weapon in use for each winning threat. This bonus is reset if the kill roll succeeds. Yeah, whatever. I'm tired of reading. Alright, what's going on here? Damage, the formation will suffer 0. Formation attack support +7. Basic advantage +7. Further advantage 0, 0, 0. Threat modifier. Kill modifier. Threat roll. 4 versus 53, no good. Threat roll 64. 39 versus 12, good. Kill roll, no good. Okay, my sentry is assailing the Helvetian light infantry, I gather. But the kill modifier doesn't look very good. And these rolls over here, they mean what? Because we failed 2 of them. Alright, continue. So what exactly happened there? Damage. Helvetian light infantry suffers damage by individual conflicts 6. Did we kill 6 people? Is that what happened? Back to a +3 imbalance. Well, we're just going to leave it here. We're not going to select that. We're just going to go like this. Your sentry attempts to game moves. Success, failure, success. Damage inflicted 8. Determination changed by commitment. Your sentry +5, theirs -5. Noises. I am involved in a brief fight. Sure. Okay, and now we have this, where it's not even giving us a. There's no tutorial for this. You will act first when this combat begins. Select an attitude. It confers no attitude. Careful. Rapid, forceful. Commitment. I guess I hit close in. Starts hand in. You may want to change your attitude before continuing. No, I'm fine with regular, I think. Oh, here's the walls of text that start. You know, I'm not even going to read them. I'm just going to go into this. This looks more like Legionaries, or the other game that this is similar to, or made by the other developer. Defensive focus, offensive focus. Action modifier, sure. Weapon skill -35 divided by 3. If the attack roll succeeds, defender is hard pressed. Let's just do it and see what happens. His hard press and loses 8 stance. Attack roll, hit, attack roll succeeded by, but only grazes. Attack modifier was defender's stance. Damage inflicted 3, victim's health below 100, but caused a loss of 3 combativeness. Base loss 4 modified by bravery. Sure. This fighter's weapon has been made extremely ineffectual by an opponent who got too close. Since the end of his last turn, this fighter either attacked or was attacked by an enemy.
This fighter's enemy have high ground. At the end of his last turn, this fighter is either attacked or was attacked by the enemy. Alright, if I hit arm, does that do something specific? It should. I'm gonna go with arm. Defended. And loses 15 stance. Helvetian Light Infantryman spends 2 actions and adds 14 to defense until his next turn. Recover. Eight plus coordination stance. Stance loss inflicted by enemy. I'm gonna try recover. Did anything happen? I recovered 52 stance, you say? Doesn't seem like it. Helvetian Light Infantryman tries to recover but fails. Oh, here's stance. Stance is in blue. I've got 100% stance. Then why does it... Okay, whatever. Go for the leg.
Right, let's try the head. It's hard pressed, loses 14 stance. Ability and light infantry tries to recover but fails. Doesn't really seem like his stance is going down. When your current fatigue reaches a limit that is determined by your endurance, you move to the next fatigue tier. There are 4 tiers. Am I collapsing? Well, he's fatigued. Attack modifier is at least plus 25. The stance loss in case of failure is significantly reduced. The attack modifier is at least plus 40. The stance loss in case of failure is significantly reduced. Well, let's try the head one more time. Hit. Damage inflicted 31, victim's health below 75%, caused a loss of 11 combativeness, base loss, yada yada. Now let's go for the head again, since it worked last time. Defended. Succeeded in recovering. I lost a little bit of stance. Okay. What is this bar though? Speed factor. Go back after his torso. Stay on the offense. Victim's health below 50% causes a loss of 15 combativeness. I'm fairly fatigued. Rebound focus. Make the first recovery action equivalent to the end of the started recovery.
continue to go after his torso. Okay, against Helvetian Light Infantrymen, performance plus 972 crushing victory, damage to health 89%, combativeness plus 5, valor plus 15, damage to formation 16. Helvetian Light Infantry against Titus, performance yada yada, etc. I think I'm pretty tired. I can't rotate myself out yet. Yeah, I am tired. Or can I? No, that doesn't seem to move right now. Helvetian Light Infantry attempts to gain momentum, failure, success, damage inflicted 4, determination changed. Your sentry plus 5, Helvetian sentry minus 5. Things have happened again. I'm involved in another brief fight. Crap. I'm sucking wind, man. Well, at least the enemy is too. Just stay with regular. For the torso. What, I won already? Okay. Can I rotate myself out of the front? I can. Good. And we're growing imbalanced. I think I need to go back down to cautious. What is this? The overall commitment of both sides is too low for a clash to happen. If the commitment of the active side is higher, its momentum will be set to the commitment difference. Determination is still gained or lost on which side has the highest commitment. Whatever. Your sentry plus 23, Helvetian Light Infantry minus 23. Helvetian Light Infantry loses 1 combativeness. Balance down to plus 4.
down to +3. Overall commitment is too low for a clash to happen. Back to steadfast. Should we turn the shield thing on? I don't know. No. Oh. Seems they want me back in the... But I'm tired as all get out. Okay, your sentry tries to etc, etc, something and something is happening. Your sentry +4, A -4, loses a combativeness. So continue. Lull. The brief respite reduces fatigue for everyone. Front is restored to the maximum value allowed by cohesion. The first line has been rotated. A recent rotation bonus is gained for the next melee phase. Leaders attempt to recompact the troops. And on the other side, brief respite for fatigue. Front is restored to maximum value allowed by cohesion. Okay. Continue. This game's a little confusing, if I have to be frank. I'm back in the front, it looks like. I guess we'll just go with it as is. Turn shield push on or not? Yeah. Successful, successful, successful. Damage inflicted 12. Your sentry tries to press successful, successful. Damage inflicted 52. Success, failure, failure. Damage inflicted 4. No idea what's going on. adhesion damage suffered during the round. Your sentry plus 13. Helvetian light entry minus 13. Right, well, we'll stay steadfast. I wonder if I should rotate myself out. Failure, success, damage, influence. 8. Damage inflicted 20. The overall commitment is too low for a clash to happen. Helvetian light infantry suffers damage to commitment. Shift 10. Determination changed by commitment. Your sentry plus 10. Helvetian minus 10. Sentry plus 6. Helvetian minus 6. Alright, rotate myself back in. Huh. I don't like this mechanic. It's like you can't do anything. So basically the Helvetian light infantry are kind of backing off. They're giving us ground. But by taking ground, I'm becoming imbalanced. So in order to become unimbalanced, I have to back off from them backing off. It doesn't make sense in my mind. It just isn't what you would do. I don't like this game mechanic. So I have to change this to cautious now because of this balance thing. The overall commitment is too low. Your sentry gains 1 momentum thanks to a higher commitment. Your sentry suffers damage by imbalance. Determination change by commitment. Your sentry plus 5. Da da da. Determination change by cohesion. Your sentry 0, 0. Lose 1 combativeness. determination changes by commitment. Your century minus 5, then plus 5. That sucks. Another lull. It's almost like the game mechanics force this lull to happen. What is this? This battle is ridiculously long, too. I mean, what the hell? I'm not sure about this game right now. I'm not sure about this whole battle scenario that we're doing. I failed to seize the initiative. Damage inflicted 4. To who? To me? To them? Are these good things or bad things? Numerius Duronius is involved in a brief fright. Excuse me. Threat rolls, kill rolls. I don't even... Are we being killed? Are they being killed? What's going on? I don't understand. And this is some guy that's not me that I have to evidently personally fight for. Is he tired? No. He is, though. I guess we'll close it.
Go for the torso. I've lost a little stance. Cancel. Cover. What's the difference between strike and soft spot? Shield, straight knock. Let's try that. Hit. Succeeded. Bashes the Helvetian light infantry with the shield. Helvetian light infantry is thrown off balance and loses 24 stance. No torso modifier at all, but we get arm and head modifiers? Odd. I'll go after the head. Keep going after the head. And again. And again. When do these fights end? What do you have to do to win? I think these are good things. I think we killed a bunch of the enemy. I think that's happening there. They have like no front. The front is completely gone. Okay, the max value front is equal to half the cohesion damage suffered by the formation is absorbed by the front, so long as its value is not 0. So everything we do, any damage we do now is going straight to the cohesion of the group. Alright, well, let's keep pushing the advantage. And our sentry is now out of balance. And I'm involved in a fight. He's fatigued. I'm fatigued. We're both fatigued. Close in. That's 14 defense until his next turn. Can I shield bash him? Let's do that. The Helvetian light infantry resisted and loses only 3 stance. Titus Gorgonius loses 3 stance. Okay, well, let's recover that 3 stance. Strike is torso. Grazed. Hard pressed. Stance has been damaged. Go after the torso again. Fails. Stance is down a bit more. Keep on the torso. If it works, right? Hard pressed. Well, let's keep after him. And he's dead. Yes, I'm imbalanced. You want me to go to cautious and back away from the enemy who's like completely being utterly destroyed right now. I don't understand, game. Yeah, let's leave ourselves in there. I think this battle's almost done. Let's make ourselves an absolute hero. I mean, they're down to 11 cohesion. Why haven't they given up yet? I mean, do they even have anyone left? Is anyone alive at this point? Ah, damn that freaking imbalance bullshit. Back off. Let the two people run away. They're out of balance too. The cohesion of your enemy must be 1200 or less at the end of the fight. Your cohesion must be higher than your enemy's. You have been pivotal in routing the enemy formation. Caesar's opinion plus 30. Valor plus 30. The attackers withdraw in confusion and disperse. It is night when the fighting at the wagons is over. The remaining enemies surrender and are captured, and although many thousands have escaped, it is not yet time to give chase. You remain at the battle site for 3 days to take care of the wounded and bury the dead. My combativeness is plus 12. The sentry's combativeness is plus 12, including individuals. As the loot of the battle is gathered, you have a chance to snatch a beautiful gold torque. I will pass. I have integrity. Okay, on the 4th day you resume the pursuit. The survivors have fled to the north, but the battle costs them their precious supplies and they are too desperate to keep struggling. Their envoys meet your column halfway, offering an unconditional surrender. The Helvetii accept to return to their old settlements to the east beyond the Jura. They will hand over their weapons and a consistent number of hostages to ensure compliance. The former territory of the Helvetii must not remain empty should the dreaded Germani from across the Rhine decide to occupy it. If that happens, the safety of the Transalpine province would be compromised. Combativeness points are converted into everyday morale with a ratio of 4:1. Lingering fatigue is greatly reduced for everyone, barring the effects of strain. Of the other tribes that accompanied the Helvetii on their invasion, only the Boii are allowed to remain in Gallia. They were part of the rearguard of the enemy convoy and fought most valiantly. The Aedui have offered to take them in and give them fields to cultivate. As for you, it seems you will stay this side of the Alps for a while yet. Caesar receives delegations from the many free tribes of Central Gallia. They have come to thank him for dealing with the invasion that threatened their people. But there's more to it. There is speculation that a general assembly has been called, but you have no idea of the reason. It is no use trying to pry information from the tribunes. They are tight-lipped on this matter. You restore a share of the loot. You gain 500 coins. Thanks to your recent command experience, you have gained additional points to spend on potential skills and base attributes. You have gained 2 extra points because all the minimum goals were reached. New points 3. Are these my current stats? Putting it all into intellect. I'm not sure why these stats are so high, but I'm not going to argue about it. What just happened? Your century. The experience gained through recent events, your century has received additional points to spend on potential skills and base attributes. I thought I had 5 points. I only put 4 points in this. 2, 3. Oh, it costs 2. I see. Javelin. Part 2, turn 1 through 10. And there seems to be an event. Generate new notable individual. Notable individuals under your leadership. So I guess he can be just whatever we want him to be, huh? This notable individual is going to be incredibly talented with the javelin. He's going to have high discipline, high bravery, and high strength. He's going to be good with his sword and shield. Endurance, Constitution. The worst ability of this character is he's just not going to be very bright. But he's a heck of a warrior, just not very smart. Century Valor score -1. The score is based on the valor of the top 5 notable individuals and staff members. Each level of valor above 2 is counted twice. For example, if a legion's valor is 6, its effective contribution to the score is 10. Fallen legionaries have their valor reduced by 1 for the purpose of the century's valor score. Why is your valor score -1? Don't know. Wonder if we can slack on the administration and supervision to get a little more extra other things. We'll give it a try, see what happens. Other duties was just about right. Let's take those 2 off drill. Go with javelin and sword.
Okay, let's see how that works. We lost a little administration. And what is this event? Your last reaction is still fresh in the memory of your men. It discourages further attempts to bribe their way out of their duty. Supervision is going down. Alright, let's set it back the way it used to be, I think. Or the sentry might be doing alright. We have an event. Somewhere at the camp, Blasius is dicing with a bunch of soldiers from different centuries. Luck is not on his side. At the third dog, the worst roll in the game, he starts losing his temper. Complaints quickly escalate into open insults, and in no time the players come to blows. I don't know who Blasius is. But I think we should depend on his quickness and strength, whoever he is. He's this guy. Can we click on him for the purposes of... $53 and $63 versus $56 and $51. Many of the bystanders belong to your unit. They may do something before it gets any worse. Discipline. $31, huh? Failure, son of a... Instead of intervening, the other soldiers incite the brawl. Of course they do. Strength, Constitution, 63 and 56. Or quickness and awareness, 53 and 51. No, he's going to meet the assault head on. Failure. Blasius is sent to the ground where he is hit by a burst of kicks. At last, some of the bystanders intervened to separate the brawlers. Later, you are informed of what happened. You are told that it was Blasius who started the tussle. He already got his butt kicked. Now I have to discipline him? Till he learns his lesson, Blasius will spend his spare time guarding the ramparts. Morale minus 10, discipline plus 750. There's friction with the locals. A lot of morale was lost. What do we got here? Hostius has a habit of intervening during the training sessions of your sentry to give advice and instruction. He is a centurion, just like you, though he is higher in status within the cohort and your elder by a decade or more. Charisma. There is nothing wrong. There is merit in his coaching. However, his frequent trespassing might give the impression that you are not up to the task of training the sentry on your own. Sentry discipline plus 350 AP, including individuals. Troop opinion minus 3 AP. Part 2 is about to happen, I think. Caesar's opinion plus 6. As promised, a General Assembly with leaders from all over Central Gallia is held. It is obvious that an issue of great importance and secrecy is being discussed with Caesar. Soon after, Caesar sends a delegation towards the lands of the Sequani, and another following the return of the first. It takes a while before you are informed of what is going on. Central Galilee is inhabited by many tribes. Their land is rich, and their prosperous cities are often visited by merchants from the Republic. But these tribes are divided by rivalry and strife and are often in conflict with one another. One important faction is led by the Aedui and another by the Averni. It is not too uncommon for the Gallic chiefs to seek allies, even from abroad, to increase their prestige and strengthen their armies. Years ago, the Averni and the Sequani hired a Germanic king, Ariovistus, to overcome the rival coalition. The Aedui were soundly defeated. They had to surrender hostages and pay tributes. Ironically, the winners suffered even worse consequences. Ariovistus and his army liked what they found in Gallia. They claimed for themselves 1/3 of the countryside of the Sequani,
the very people who had originally hired them. It did not stop there. Even now, Ariovistus keeps receiving reinforcements from beyond the Rhine while ordering the Sequani to abandon more of their land so he can settle the newcomers. Both the Aedui and the Sequani are your allies, but the situation is even more delicate than it appears because last year, when Caesar himself was consul in Rome, the Senate declared Ariovistus a friend of the Roman people in an attempt to preserve diplomatic balance in this crucial region. The delegation that left in the past few weeks were attempts to establish talks with the Germanic king to ask for a stop to the arrival of more settlers into the territory of the Sequani and for the restitution of the hostages to the Aedui. They were met with scorn and disdain. Ariovistus claimed to rule by right of strength. Is this not, after all, the same law exercised by Rome? And then things started going downhill very fast. Not only messengers from the Aedui reported raids against their farmlands by the Harudes, the latest Germanic tribe to have joined Ariovistus from beyond the Rhine, but tens of thousands more people of another tribe, the Suebi, were preparing to traverse the river. If Caesar doesn't respond to a request of help by long-standing allies of Rome, his reputation will take a tremendous hit. You can see the lack of enthusiasm on the faces of your men as you repeat the order that has been imparted to all 6 legions. Preparations must begin immediately to set off and march east. Barely the time to recover after the bloody confrontation with the Helvetii, and another war is in the making. You reach Vesontio, the main city of the Sequani. After several days of forced march, it is difficult not to be fascinated by the unique beauty of this place. The river Doubs described an unusual curve which surrounds the city almost completely. A tall hill occupies the only section of the border that is not traversed by the river, an outstanding natural defense encircled by a wall that joins it to the city itself. The strategic value of Vesontio and its rich granaries is obvious. It is a good thing that you arrived here before Ariovistus. Next morning, the Optio returns from an errand in town with a squad of legionaries. He asks to speak to you. Bravery. He met a Roman merchant who has dealt with the people of Ariovistus several times during the last few seasons. This trader had a lot to say about the Germani, of how they are physically as imposing as giants, fierce in appearance, and each as strong as 2 men. He also recounted the tales he had heard from the locals, horrifying reports of their feral savagery in battle. Your legionaries are now shaken by the prospect of facing these formidable warriors. Fonteius, at least, seems to be in control of himself, and he is concerned about how these tales might affect the troops' morale. Sentry morale -10, including individuals. Fonteius morale +10. Okay. There have not been confrontations between the Germani and your people, but those that occurred left quite the impression. The disaster at Arioso happened at the time of your grandfathers, a massacre that the rivals with Cannae as the most tragic in the memory of the Republic. It took the military genius of Marius to stop the ferocious barbarians from the north. Check. Assemble the men and address them immediately. Do nothing of the sort, just stick to your schedule. I don't know as if I have the charisma to pull this off. Let's just stick to our schedule. Oh, of course Caesar's opinion would go down because of it. In the rest of the army, things are getting out of hand. Soldiers and officers alike talk with the locals every day, and tales of the dreaded Germane keep spreading. Sentiment dangerously similar to panic is seeping in. You hear a tribune confess to another that he wrote a will just in case, suggesting that his colleague should do the same. You are reporting to the Pilus Prior about the morning's activities when suddenly a war council is called. All centurions must attend, all of them, not just the Primi or Ordanis, the centurions of the first cohort that outrank the rest. Caesar in person addresses you. His high-pitched voice delivered a powerful speech. The gestures with which he accompanied his words are graceful and intense. He is obviously an experienced orator. His sharp black eyes looked over the assembly as he reprimands you all for questioning his leadership. It was Ariovistus who sought the friendship of the Roman people last year. Who could imagine that he would fail in his duties so soon? There is still a chance to bring him back to his senses, for your demands are reasonable and just, and even if he is a fool enough to wage war against you, what do you have to fear? The Germani are not invincible, as Marius showed in the past, and his army deserves as much glory as the commander. They proved that strength of mind can defeat a long-feared enemy. You yourself have already vanquished the Helvetii, the same Helvetii who fought against the Germani on many occasions and often prevailed. The proconsul gives orders to depart tonight in the 4th watch. Those who are too afraid to follow him can remain here. It is necessary he will go with the 10th Legion alone, for he knows their loyalty is above questioning. The speech works like a charm. The tribunes of the 10th are the first to thank Caesar for his trust and declare that they are ready to follow him. The rest are shamed into apologizing and going with the flow. The shift in the general mood is palpable. Everyone seems once again concentrated upon the tasks at hand. Century morale plus 10, including individuals. An intelligence check, huh? And I failed. I put so much effort into my intelligence, and I'm failing. You are not immune to the wave of renewed enthusiasm and determination that is engulfing the whole camp. Huh? Wait a second. I failed the intelligence check, but I got a morale boost out of failing the intelligence check? I guess I was too smart to understand that I should actually be scared out of my mind? Is that what's going on here? You break camp at the designated time. After a 7-day journey through open ground, scouts report that Ariovistus and his army are no farther than 24 miles. In fact, very soon you observe a continual coming and going of messengers, a sign confirming the rumors that a meeting between Caesar and Ariovistus is being arranged. 5 days later, the proconsul sets off with the soldiers of the 10th in the peculiar role of mounted escort, with horses kindly provided by the Gallic auxiliary cavalry. Whatever hopes there were of a peaceful resolution are quickly dispelled. When Caesar and his guard return, it is very clear that nothing has been achieved. You beckon a soldier of the 10th and ask him what came about. He says that a group of the Germanic riders approached during the talks and threw stones at them. At least, that's what some of his comrades said. His cohort was too distant to see anything. Anyway, the talks were curtailed as soon as this was reported to Caesar. 2 days pass. Ariovistus offers to resume the discussion. The proconsul decides to send 2 men to hear what he has to say. One of them is Procilius, a Roman citizen of Gallic origins from Gallia, Transylvania, the young man who earned Caesar's trust, and the other is Matthias, who dealt with Ariovistus several times in the past and knows him well. You wait. People who are not in your line of business have no idea how much of your activities consists of killing time, waiting for something to happen. The two ambassadors don't come back. Not a good sign. And on top of that, your scouts report that the Germani are on the move. At the end of the day, you can see them from the ramparts, settling at the foot of a hill about 6 miles from you. The following morning, they set off again, wagons and all. They create a large commotion passing close to your camp, but they keep going without attacking. They stop and set up their new encampment only 2 miles away. There's little to feel relieved about because you know all too well that they have just cut off your supply lines. For 5 consecutive days, Caesar orders the whole army to march out and form in front of the campsite, offering battle. Ariovistus refuses to bite. When you are led out for the 6th time, your army is arranged in 3 columns. But this time, you do not switch to the customary triple array. Instead, you are ordered to keep going until you reach a new site, perhaps a little more than half a mile from the enemy position. It is not as large as your main camp, but big enough for at least a couple of legions. Your column is ordered to establish a new camp, while the other 2 take position to protect you. As you begin instructing your sentry, you see that the Germani are approaching, but for some reason, Ariovistus is not committing his full force. It is as if he were just trying to prevent you from fortifying this place, without really attempting to destroy you. But there is no time for musing. You must concentrate on your assignment. Okay, so we're doing another one of these. So far we're on time. Okay, we're ahead of time. Okay, and we'll strive for superior quality on this roll. Work completed. Superior quality bonus, Caesar's opinion, plus 8 AP. Done. The rest of your army plays its part and holds off the tentative assault of the Germani while you finish the job. When the new camp is ready and Ariovistus calls off the attack, your legion and the 7th are ordered to stay here. A detachment of the auxiliaries will provide further support. The bulk of Caesar's forces goes back to the main base. The supply line is restored. Time is one less enemy to worry about. The next day, the legion from both bases are conducted to the field facing the enemy, but Ariovistus declines battle once again. The sun is still high in the sky when all the cohorts are sent back to their respective camps. Once back, you do not even have the time to loosen up before you hear the dreaded trumpets blast. That signals an imminent attack. You bellow orders to get your sentry ready. While everything around you bursts into frantic activity, you look at the approaching host. As before, it is only a fraction of Ariovistus' forces, but you are outnumbered. Your solid defensive position should be enough to hold them off, but you have to do your part. Check. A crew is manning your sentry's Scorpion. There should be enough time for one shot. All I do is fail. The crew fumbles the loading operation, and it looks like you're on your own. Hey, we pulled off the javelin thing. Okay, well, not much of a volley. It manages to create some confusion. You prepare for the enemy response. And we failed the range defense. Turonius is surprised by one of the... Turonius' torso has been hit, damage 16, armor absorbed 16. You barely have time to regroup. The Germani are closing in, and you must prepare to repel them. Keep it as simple as possible. Just hold the ground. No heroics from your sentry. Or push the sentry to prove their worth. Keep it as simple as possible. The clash is intense, but you hold fast. When the enemy disengages, you are relieved to observe that your sentry has suffered no casualties. Many other sentries have not been so lucky. The Germani have also paid a heavy price. You watch as a group of prisoners is led away for interrogation. Combativeness points are converted into everyday morale. Another uneventful night came and went. Today your cohort stands in the third line of the fully deployed army, approximately behind the left wing. You advance so close to the Germanic camp that Ariovistus cannot let the affront go without losing face. While talking with the Tribune this morning, you learned of an interesting development. Some of the prisoners captured yesterday had been forced to reveal the reason behind Ariovistus' reluctance to engage in open battle. Apparently, the matrons in the enemy camp had consulted the omens, as is the custom, and advised Ariovistus that the victory would elude him until the new moon. Caesar is obviously trying to force an unwilling enemy to fight now. This time, you don't have to wait long. The Germani respond. You see them abandon the high position where their wagons are stationed. The cohorts in the first two lines are confining your view now, but you can hear a strange roar that grows and slowly becomes more intense. It has a rhythmic nature, like a battle song, but with an indefinite, inhuman quality that makes your skin crawl. It must be the famous Veratus, the Germanic war cry. Charisma plus bravery, and looks like very difficult. Maintain control over yourself. Your training and natural attitude are enough to suppress the fear, but most of your men are shaken. When the two armies clash, the thundering noise is staggering. You can only wait, trying yet failing to pick up any hints of the tide of battle. The fighting has been ongoing for a while. The cohorts in the second line have gone forward in support of those in the first. But for what you can see, which is not much, the situation seems to hang in the balance. More time passes, you see the activities of the Optiones behind the left wing getting more and more fast-paced. It does not look reassuring. You hear two legionaries next to you say something. They are pointing behind. A courier is galloping towards the legate in charge of your legion. Very soon, the order to advance is given. You must go in support of the first two lines. Your force is not fully trained, but the enemy must be tired by now, and this could give you the edge you need. Do you want to ask the gods' favor in the impending battle? Sure, why not? In return, you promise a cheap sacrifice, an expensive sacrifice, an altar. Dex and altar. Let's just go with a sacrifice. You will immediately gain combativeness +5. Later, when the vow is fulfilled, you will gain religion +40 AP. You will spend 200 coins. Alright, that's affordable. Cohesion of your enemy must be 1850 or less at the end of the fight. Your cohesion must be higher than your enemy's. Okay. And here we get to have this wonderful their determination is higher than ours. We seem to have a larger front, and they seem to have less cohesion. Alright, well, let's approach. Your sentry directly obtains the initiative because the opponent cannot throw. The missiles fall way off target. Gaius Titus has bungled his throw. Aelius Blasius has bungled his throw. What's this? This unit's determination and bravery are both lower than the opponent's. The advantage damage suffered is increased by 50%. The presence of an Optio with high enough charisma would suppress this effect. His awareness and discipline could also help. Just stay steadfast. Failure. Failure, failure. Select your spearhead. Blasius. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working out so well. No, let's go for it anyway. Alright, Blasius. The other guy doesn't seem to have any armor or anything, and he's fatigued. We don't have a good chance to hit anything right now.
don't have a good chance to... Fail to recover. Okay, mostly recovered. Okay, his stance is a bit off right now. Let's rebound focus. Make the first recovery action on a next turn equivalent to an undisturbed recovery in terms of both automatic success and amount of recovered stance. The total fatigue cost of the recovery action that benefits the rebound focus increased by 100%. You use all your remaining action. Yeah, I don't understand that. We seem to be very, very, very much at a disadvantage here. Let's try to get a lucky hit. Nope. I lost stance though. Modest defeat. Well, that's unfortunate. Of course, we're at +5 on the imbalance, so we have to back off to cautious. That helps their fatigue. What's this stuff? Seems to be gaining an upper hand here. I seem to be a little on the tired side. They're no longer tired because of this BS. Oh boy, I'm involved in a fight. Let's go for the torso. Go for the torso again. Cover. Go for the head. Cover.
intimidate. Whatever it is, it worked. Oh, I'm tired now. Great. Oh, well, he's really tired, evidently. Hit him in the torso. Defended. Cover. Modest victory, huh? I'll take it.
They're negative imbalance while we're positive imbalance. The exact same amount. Let's just keep pushing right through our imbalance and become even more imbalanced. You have failed to achieve the minimum goal. Caesar's opinion. It's difficult to determine what triggered it exactly, but gradually you realize that the whole enemy line is collapsing. There are casualties during battle, but when one of the two armies breaks and is routed, that is when the real slaughter begins. The Rhine flows not far from here, perhaps 2 hours' walk. The fleeing Germanic fighters and their people who are watching the battle from the wagons make a desperate effort to reach its safety, but your cavalry pursues them relentlessly. At the end of the day, the scale of carnage is mind-boggling. Later prisoners reveal that Ariovistus had a small boat waiting on the western bank of the river and used it to escape. It matters little, he is no longer a threat. Most of those who followed him were not as lucky. Even his 2 wives were killed during the rout, and so was one of his daughters. The other was captured. You saw many who suffered the same fate, their lives turned to hopelessness by the whimsical tide of battle. The 2 ambassadors who had disappeared a few days before were found during the chase, alive. Priscillius says that his captors consulted the seers 3 times to decide whether he should be burned alive as an offering, and 3 times he was spared by the favor of the lots. You keep the vow that you made before the battle. Religion plus 40, you have lost Combativeness points are converted into everyday morale. Lingering fatigue is greatly reduced, and everyone has recovered at least part of their health. Caesar is preparing to return to Gallia Cisalpina and the other side of the Alps, where his ordinary business as proconsul is waiting, but all the legions will spend their winter here in the land of the Sisquani. Labienus will take charge in his absence. You receive your share of the loot. You have gained 2,000 sateri. The men are none too happy to be stationed so far from home. You wonder how the locals will react in the long run, because your prolonged presence might start looking like more than a mere intervention in support of allies in distress. The morale of the century is down 3 points. Thanks to your recent command experience, you have gained additional points to spend on potential skills and base attributes. You have not achieved all the minimum goals and received no points besides the bare minimum. Evidently we'll put it in charisma. With the experience gained through recent events, your century has received additional points to spend on potential skills and base attributes.
What is this? Generate a new notable individual. 2 of them, actually, it looks like. Our Valor score is -2 now. Discipline, bravery, awareness, Constitution. Has sword been chosen already? I don't remember choosing sword. We'll go with quickness, coordination, shield, and javelin. And this particular person will simply not be very charismatic. This one will be all about strength. He is really strong. And with that strength, he bashes stuff with his sword. He has good discipline. And he has good Constitution. Shield's not available? Why not? Alright, well, he's brave, good endurance. Good quickness. And he's okay with his javelin. And he's just not really very aware of what's going on around him. And I think that this particular... Yeah, we're 4 hours in to a demo. This is a demo. I really thought I would have reached the end of a demo, but I haven't, because this game is particularly complex, and the battles are particularly long, and a lot of this game I just don't understand. His original game was far easier to understand. This game feels very I don't know the word for it. Very overly complex, maybe needlessly so. It real feels like there's been a lot of complexity thrown into it for complexity's sake. You have such a relatively simple UI. At any one time, you're clicking on very few things, but at the same time, you almost never understand what you're doing. It's just weird. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up here. I'm James Johnson, aka Sulphurblade. This has been my look at what is this called again? Never Second in Rome, right? Yeah, Never Second in Rome. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If so, please smash that like button, consider subscribing, and until the next time, all peace.